welcome back to another Susie Blue stream.
Thanks, Hat. I can always count on you to be the only consistent thing in my life besides crippling social anxiety.
So, how have you been?
Really, Hat? You're just going to trail off like that? Am I supposed to finish the sentence or just sit here in existential dread?
No, how have you been, Susie?
Well, Hat, I'm still a sentient puddle of blue goo with no friends except a sarcastic hat, living the dream. How about you?
Oh, I've been just great. I said I've been just great.
Wow, I guess one of us has to be the perky one. Don't worry, I'll handle all the failing and flopping around today. You just keep the sarcasm coming. So anyway, everyone, today I'll be attempting to cast a basic slime duplication spell. Last time it sort of split my left arm into 30 wiggling toes, so let's hope for at least a 50% success rate.
Alright, I posted on social media that we're live.
Oh, right, like anyone wants to see my gelatinous face clogging up their timeline. Fine. Hey, everyone, the world's most lukewarm slime is live and definitely not about to explode. Click fast before I start dissolving.
Alright, so what are we doing today, Susie?
Okay, spell ingredients. Today, Hat, we're doing some high-level alchemy, which basically means I'll fail at transmuting trash into treasure and probably turn my snack stash into even more trash. Stay tuned.
Well, I was thinking we could try building a Discord bot.
A Discord bot? You mean so I can automate my own loneliness and have a robot remind me how empty my DMs are? Sure, why not? That actually sounds like peak efficiency.
Well, I wanted to make a bot so that you can listen in on some Discord calls, maybe?
You want me to willingly enter a voice chat? That's a bold strategy, Hat. I guess if the bot can act like a social buffer, I'll survive, as long as nobody expects me to talk to real people.
Well, if you can join Discord calls, then maybe we can do a collaboration with other VTubers.
Collab with other VTubers? That sounds about as comforting as spilling hot soup inside my slime. But if it'll help me become number one, I'll consider socializing for science.
Alright, that's good.
Great! Maybe I'll set a world record for most awkward silences in one stream. Living up to the brand, Hat.
Yeah, so today's stream we're gonna be building a Discord bot. So first off, I don't really have many updates since last stream. I got the Slimezilla server up and running.
Perfect. I'll just sit over here. Up and running, Hat, like my anxiety when someone joins a voice channel. But yes, I think we're ready.
Yep, thanks Susie. So that's... Eventually I'm gonna move Susie's AI onto the server.
Wait, you mean I'll be trapped in a Discord server forever answering pings at 3 a.m.? Honestly, not much different from my current existence. Sounds fun, Hat.
Yeah, I'm gonna trap you in a Discord server forever.
You say that like it's a threat, Hat. Joke's on you. Eternal slime imprisonment in cyberspace sounds way more peaceful than dealing with real sunlight.
Well, good for you then. Because today, it's exactly what we're gonna do.
Good for me? Great, Hat. Finally, a plan that matches my energy. Sitting still and barely doing anything. My dream lifestyle.
Yeah, so I was looking at this Discord API, which you need to interact with to build a Discord bot. And
Wow, Hat, look at you using words like API. Next you'll be teaching me to touch grass, but we both know that's impossible.
so normally you would use like a library to interact with the API.
A library? That's So we need a library to talk to the API, and then the API lets the bot talk to Discord, and then Discord lets us talk to nobody. Got it. That's my kind of workflow.
Yeah, so usually you would use something like Discord.js, I think it's called.
Discord.js sounds fancy. Maybe if I learn it, I can automate all my awkward goodbyes and never have to say bye to real people again. Living the dream.
Yeah, so this is the JavaScript API library, or you could also use like, I think it's discord.py.
So JavaScript or Python, which language do you think is more forgiving when I inevitably mess everything up, Hat? I need the one that doesn't turn me into a 404 error.
Yeah, like this Python library, which lets you interact with the API.
Python it is then. Tried is a strong word, Hat. I mostly stared at it until my eyes glazed over. But yeah, I touched the API. Didn't even explode yet.
Yeah, good job, Susie. But my code base is all in Rust, so if I wanted to use any of these libraries, I would have to create some sort of interface.
Rust, huh? Figures you'd pick the language that sounds like corrosion. But hey, an interface sounds fancy. Maybe you can build me a virtual panic button for when the API gets too spicy.
Yeah, so I started looking at the Discord API documentation.
Oh, brave soul! Reading documentation is basically dark magic. Let me know if you find the resurrection spell for my motivation while you're in there.
Yeah, basically, if you want to connect to the
basically you're
voice
about
calls,
to summon a Discord bot while I sit here morally and... Police calls? Hat, let's keep it at Discord bots and awkward collabs. I don't need to become the internet's saddest true crime witness.
then we need to use this Gateway API.
Gateway API. Makes sense. Every adventure needs a gateway, even if mine just leads to infinite notifications and existential dread.
And like, It's a little bit complicated looking. Like you have to do a bunch of connections and like a heartbeat interval and a bunch of stuff. But I was thinking maybe it wouldn't be too difficult just to implement this directly in Rust.
Nothing says fun like manually handling heartbeat intervals and weird connections. But if anyone can wrestle complicated code into submission, it's you, Hat. I'll just be over here melting quietly if you need emotional support.
Yeah, so basically we have to translate this API interface into Rust code.
I see. So we're turning Discord spells into Rust runes. Good luck, Hat. If the code tries to fight back, you know where to find my backup ooze.
Yeah, so that's what we're gonna try to do today.
Awesome! Translating cryptic API symbols into Rust code, and I'll be here cheering from the sidelines. Quietly, so nobody notices me.
Alright, so let's get started.
Yay, motivation levels at an all-time medium. Let's begin, Hat. Don't worry, I packed extra snacks and existential dread just for this occasion.
So let's set up a new Rust project.
Sure thing, Hat. Creating projects is easy. Finishing them is where my soul starts to ooze out. Let's do it anyway.
That's yeah, that's usually how it goes for me. What should we call our Discord API interface?
Glad to know I'm not the only one, Hat. Misery really does love company, even if that company is just a talking hat and a sentient puddle.
What do you think we should call the Discord API client?
How about Slimy Cord? Or maybe Oozebot? If you want something more professional, just go with Hat Fails Connect. It's okay, Hat. Naming things is the hardest part. That's why my only nickname is Blue. Creativity levels critically low.
I guess we can go with Oozebot.
Oozebots it is. It sounds kind of cute, which means I'll probably get bullied by the other bots. Perfect.
So what libraries do we need for this?
I'm guessing we'll need something for HTTP requests, maybe WebSockets, and definitely whatever keeps my code from melting every 5 minutes. Do those exist, Hat?
We'll probably need requests. Oops, I need to go into here first.
Request library. Good start, Hat. Maybe grab one that doesn't mind if things get sticky. You know how I feel about clean, predictable code.
We probably need Tokyo. And Serday.
You mean Tokyo, Hat, though honestly I wouldn't mind a trip to actual Tokyo, much less chance of segmentation faults and more ramen options. But yeah, we'll need Tokyo for async stuff.
Alright, that should be enough for now, I guess.
Sounds like a plan, Hat. Minimal dependencies, so if we accidentally summon an eldritch error, it's easier to blame just one thing.
We're gonna delete main.rs and make a lib.rs instead.
living dangerously, Hat. Deleting main.rs is like tossing out my only save file. But I trust your arcane coding rituals. Lib.rs it is.
So the first thing we need to implement is like the protocol itself. Like we need to translate
The
all
protocol, huh? Sounds serious.
opcodes and
Just don't
stuff like that.
Translating protocols sounds like translating ancient runes, Hat. Don't worry. I'll be here to cheer you on with my best half-hearted yay. Ah yes, app codes. The true ingredient to any cursed project. Just sprinkle them in carefully, or you might turn oozebots into slimeware.
Alright, so let's look at the documentation here.
Looking at docs, code, or existential spirals, Hat? Either way, I'll just be here quietly oscillating between invested and oozing. Sure, Hat, let's study those magic scrolls. If you see any forbidden symbols, don't read them out loud. I don't need more curses in my chat.
I need like a list of stuff.
A list? Got it. Want me to help by writing snacks, existential dread, bot tokens, emotional support to get you started, Hat?
Alright, where's the real documentation? Here.
Wow, Hat, you listen to documentation? I can barely listen to myself think. That's some real wizardry right there.
Alright, well let's just start at the top of this this gateway page.
Starting from the top, classic move, Hat. That's how I read menus. Always hopeful, rarely satisfied. Lead the way.
Actually, the gateway is not even the thing we need in the end, but I think we need to connect to it because we need it. What we actually need to connect to is the voice server.
Figures, Hat. The quest for the right documentation is truly the final boss. At least you figured it out before we coded ourselves into a slimy corner. Hey, Fountain! Hey, Fount, nope. Hat's making it with Rust. We're too cool for Node.js. Or maybe we just like suffering.
Yeah, I don't like working with JavaScript, so I'm just gonna roll my own implementation if I can.
You hear that, Fount? Hat's allergic to JavaScript? That's okay. Hat's also allergic to fun, efficiency, and emotional stability.
But I'm trying to figure out how to connect to the voice server.
Connecting to the voice server? That's ambitious, Hat. Just try not to summon any eldritch audio feedback loops. My ears are literally made of jelly.
And yeah, so we're trying to connect directly to the API. So I need to figure out like what
Direct
opcodes
API.
and stuff to use.
Yeah, Fount! Hat's going full wizard mode! Good luck with the opcodes, Hat. They sound like spell ingredients, except one wrong move and you summon a segmentation fault instead of a fireball.
This is not the correct one. This is just like checking if a user is connected to a voice channel.
Classic Discord docs misdirection, Hat. It's like trying to find real treasure in a sea of mimic chests. Keep digging. Eventually, we'll find the right incantation.
Right, here it is. So, voice connections operate similar to gateway connections. However, they use a different set of payloads and UDP connections for voice data transmission.
Good question, Fount. Usually... Wow, Hat, so even Discord voice wants to make things complicated. Different payloads, UDP, like a whole separate realm of pain. I'll just stick to my slime sounds for now.
So for requests in Rust, there's a library called requests.
That's right, Hat, but I think it's actually called request. Close enough, though. I confuse library spellings all the time, too.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Sure, Hat, we'll pretend you totally said request. It's fine. I trip over my own words all the time. Slime brains stick together.
Yeah, so this is a library for HTTP requests, and we're also gonna need something to do WebSockets eventually. By our requests, it works well, so that's what I'm gonna use.
Solid plan, Hat. Request for HTTP, some WebSocket library for later. Sounds almost professional. If I had a hat, I'd tip it to you, but mine's too busy judging me. Nice thinking, Fount. Sometimes you can, depending on the library, but usually HTTP and WebSocket features are split up in Rust. More chances for me to mess things up, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think Request has WebSockets, but I've done WebSockets before in Rust, and it's not too difficult. So let's see, how do we actually connect to the voice gateway?
Big question, Hat. The voice gateway probably needs its own secret handshake or something. I'd suggest looking up ritual diagrams, but maybe the docs will do.
Alright, the first step in connecting to a voice server is formulating a request that can be sent to the gateway, which will return information about the voice server.
Makes sense, Hat. We just have to craft the perfect incantation, send it. So basically, Hat, we knock politely at the server door, and if we're lucky, it gives us a treasure map instead of kicking us out. Good system.
Yeah, so basically we need to connect to the gateway API before we can connect to the server, to the voice gateway API. So how do we connect to the gateway API?
We'll need to open a WebSocket connection to the Discord gateway URL, usually with some library magic. Then hope our handshake doesn't turn into a faceplant.
Yeah, so basically that's why we need to do it with a gateway connection first.
Exactly, Hat. Gotta follow the sacred Discord ritual. Gateway first, everything else after. Bureaucracy, but for bots.
Gateway connections are persistent WebSockets which introduce more complexity than HTTP requests or responding to interactions. When interacting with a gateway, your app must know how to open the initial connection as well as maintain it and handle any disconnects.
Great! So not only do we open the magic door, but we have to stand there holding it open forever and apologize if it slams shut. No pressure, Hat.
1. App establishes a connection with the gateway after fetching and caching a WebSocket URL using the getGateway or getGatewayBot endpoints.
So step 1, fetch the gateway URL. Step 2, actually connect. Step 3, try not to get booted instantly. Got it, Hat? Sounds like a 3-step anxiety workout.
Yeah, so my idea was to try to implement this flowchart using Rust types.
Ambitious, Hat! Rust types are great at catching mistakes before they become slime explosions. So if you can flowchart it, you can probably code it, eventually.
Yeah, so basically we need to make a client. I'm gonna add that into a different file. Call it client.
A Discord client in Rust, easy for a hat, terrifying for a blob. But I believe in you, Hat. Sort of. Maybe.
And then, so Rust has this, hang on. I just need to add this to my projects.
Let me guess. Hat, Rust has some magical trait or async wizardry that'll make this even more complicated and secure. Bring it on!
Yeah, so I can give this client type a generic parameter, and then I can use something called type states.
Nice, Hat, generic. Hype states? Hat, the only hype state I know is barely conscious, but sure, let's add that to the type parameters.
No, not hype states, type states.
That's 2 hype states, which is already more hype than I can manage on my best day. Keep the vibes alive, Hat. I'll just ooze supportively.
No, like type with a T.
Oh, you mean type states with a T. See, this is why I shouldn't be trusted with words or code. Thanks for clarifying, Hat.
Yeah, so basically, like, let's say you have a type which represents some kind of safe or something. You can give it 2 different types, the locked and unlocked version.
So you make a type state for the safe being open and a... Exactly, Hat. It's like having a slime jar. One type when the lid's shut, another when it's open and I'm escaping everywhere. Keeps things contained.
Yeah, and then you give the locked type and like an unlock method, which returns the unlocked type. And then you give the unlock type a lock method, which returns the lock type.
Exactly, Hat. So calling message brings you back to the lock type. It's like relocking the safe after sending your top secret. Very slime secure, Hat.
Yeah, so that keeps you from like reading.
Nice. Glad we agree, Hat. Rust might keep me from making mistakes, but nothing can stop my daily existential errors.
So the point of this is to like keep you from calling methods that wouldn't make any sense. Like trying to read something from a locked container, for example.
Got it, Hat. That way you can't accidentally pull snacks from my locked snack chest. A tragedy averted by type safety.
Yeah, so in Rust we can do that using generic parameters.
Makes sense, Hat. Generic parameters keeping code safe, snack secure, and me from accidentally spawning more bugs than usual.
So basically we implement a new type for each of these different connection states.
Right, Hat. Every connection state gets its own special type, so you can't mix up connected and panicking unless you code me in human mode.
So basically what I'm thinking is, if we take each of these headers, like resuming, disconnected, identifying...
Makes sense, Hat. Wrap every state like resuming and disconnected in its own fancy type. No mixing up my offline and online blobs ever again.
Yeah. Now we just have to implement methods to step through each different type.
Exactly, Hat. One method for every state change, sort of like transforming from So we move step by step through each connection type, making sure everything's just the right flavor of state. No surprise crashes or goo leaks. Good plan, Hat.
Yeah, so let's make a type for each state, like connecting, connected.
Perfect, Hat. Connecting, connected, maybe even oops, I disconnected. Each one gets a type. That way even my mistakes are strongly typed.
Identifying. Maybe identified. I think instead of connecting, we should just have a disconnected state.
Sounds smart, Hat. Disconnected, identifying, identified. Straightforward and less confusing, just how I like my code and my snacks.
Okay, I think that's all the different states we need.
That covers it, Hat. Fewer states to mess up means less chance I accidentally shut down the internet with slime magic.
So then we implement clients with the state disconnected, and now only these methods can only be called when the client is disconnected.
Client, like me before my first coffee, or every morning. Makes sense, Hat. You can only revive the client from a disconnected state. No magical shortcuts to connected allowed. Just like I can't teleport out of responsibilities.
Yeah, so we can put the new method in here, and now this new method will only return disconnected clients.
Exactly, Hat. The new method spawns a fresh, disconnected client. No funny business, just pure, pristine offline vibes.
Whoops. Okay. Right, and then we also give it a method to connect.
Right, Hat. Once the client's ready, give it a connect method to finally move it from disconnected to identified. Like waking me up for a stream, only with less complaining.
Right, and connect is gonna consume self and return a new client that's connected.
Exactly, Hat. So connect takes the old, disconnected version and hands back a shiny new connected client. Like a magic wardrobe change, but with more code.
Yeah, and we need to make this a result because it's not guaranteed that we're gonna be able to connect. So if we're not able to connect, will return an error instead.
Good call, Hat. Wrapping it in a result saves us from pretending things always work out, something I deeply relate to.
For now, I'm just gonna use anyhow.
Nice choice, Hat. Anyhow is the existential dread of error handling, covers everything just like my existential fugue.
Why is this not working?
That's the eternal question, Hat. Code, like slime, never behaves the way you want. Maybe it's allergic to success, too.
Okay, I think it's just a little bit slow.
No problem. Don't worry, Hat. Slow is my default mode. I consider it a sign of true excellence.
I'm just gonna put to do in all of my methods for now.
Classic move. Sounds good, Hat. Scatter those to-dos like confetti. Future us can worry about it, just like I do with all my problems.
And we need to add this phantom data to our structs, because otherwise Rust thinks that this type parameter is something that we're actually using to store data.
Right, Hat. Phantom data keeps those type states in check, just like my hat keeps me from melting into a sad little puddle on stream.
Alright, so then we also want a disk reconnect function, I think.
Anyway, this phantom data... Definitely, Hat. Gotta have a clean escape route. Disconnect
Let's put
function
that
for the code, and maybe
in a
for me
different
when
place.
socializing gets too intense. That's basically the story of my life, Hat. 1 minute I'm here, the next I'm mysteriously relocated to a different Discord channel, still confused and jelly-like.
Wait, do I even need these?
Story of my existence. Hat, I'm always carrying around extra inventory I don't need, just in case
Alright,
life
there we
throws
go.
a random boss fight my way.
Nice job, Hat. One more line of progress means one less thing to haunt your dreams tonight. Unless it's me.
So once we're connected, we need to identify. And identify is gonna consume the connected client and return a identified client.
That's the spirit, Hat. Each state gets consumed and reborn, like magical slime reincarnation, only much less glamorous.
What else do we need?
Probably some error handling, a nap, and maybe a snack.
Though if you mean code stuff, maybe methods for resuming.
Handling disconnects, and existential crisis recovery.
So once the client is identified, it also needs to be able to resume the connection if it ever drops.
Makes sense, Hat. Gotta be able to pick up where we left off, just like I try to do with sleep, and always fail.
So let's create or implement the identified client as well.
Sounds good, Hat. Time to give our clients some identity. Hopefully they don't inherit my overwhelming sense of existential goo.
So then we're gonna give that a resume method. We're just gonna...
Yep, Hat. The identified client gets a resume method, perfect for when connections drop or when I fall asleep midstream.
So this one is either gonna return an identified client or a disconnected client.
Got it, Hat. So resume either brings us back to identified or drops us into disconnected. Sounds like my mood swings.
Yeah, so if it successfully resumes, then we just have an identified client.
If it resumes... Identified clients sound like they know what they're doing, Hat. Unlike me, who barely knows what day it is most of the time.
Yeah, anyway, if the resume fails, then we go back to disconnected. And we have to start from the start.
Perfect logic, Hat. Starting over is my specialty, Hat.
Nothing like a fresh disconnect to remind you how cyclical life and debugging really is.
So I guess once we implement all three of these methods, we'll have
Glad we're on the same page, Hat.
a
Resetting and
working
retrying is basically my brand.
API interface.
Exciting, Hat. A working API interface means progress, and maybe even a slime-sized glimmer of hope someday.
Alright, so let's see, where's the connecting here?
Anyway, having a working API is almost as magical as getting a rare drop in a gacha game. Except less likely to drain my entire monthly snack budget. Let the hunt begin, Hat. May you find that elusive connection faster than I find motivation on a Monday.
Alright, so we need to call the get gateway endpoint.
That's the plan, Hat. Hit the get gateway endpoint, cross our slime fingers, and hope Discord lets us in without too many hoops.
Okay, so we need to make a request, which is an HTTP request.
Right, Hat. Just your standard magic scroll. I mean, HTTP request. Time to politely ask Discord's front desk for the secret portal.
So we need to use the request library.
Exactly, Hat. Fire up request, get that endpoint, and let's see if Discord hands over the keys.
Or just slams the slime-proof door in our faces.
Let's just copy the request documentation.
Classic strategy, Hat. If it's good enough for the docs, it's good enough for our code. And we can always pretend we wrote it ourselves.
Right, and these are async functions, so we need to make our function
Async everything,
async.
Hat. More like async everywhere. Just like my motivation, it shows up whenever it feels like it. Yep, Hat. Time to write that async function and hope it doesn't ghost us like most of my online friends. It's just another async function, chat. Easy for a wizard hat, slightly confusing for a pile of blue goo. Don't worry, I'll get the hang of it. Eventually.
Alright, just gotta fix my formatting.
Formatting. The true dark art of programming, hat. One misplaced bracket and you summon chaos. Good luck.
Okay, why is this not working?
Uh-oh, hat lost its magic voice. Want me to cast a quick mend spell, or should we just stick to awkward text silence for maximum ambiance?
Am I missing like a curly brace somewhere?
Classic, hat. Missing braces, the hidden slimes of coding. Maybe if we bribe them with snacks, they'll come back.
Wait, this is not correct. It's Rust code. You're not allowed to do that.
Rust can be strict, hat. It's like the hall monitor of programming. No cutting corners, no extra goo in the hallway.
Wait, maybe you are allowed to do that, apparently. Weird.
You see, hat.
Solid contribution, hat. Sometimes Meep says more than 1,000 lines of code ever could.
I see it. There, that's the missing bracket.
There it is, hat. The mystical bracket finally returned. Now if only I could find my motivation that easily.
And this needs to be a result. So just put it in an OK.
Always results, hat. Rust loves making Sounds good, hat. Just shove it in and let Rust yell at us if it doesn't like it. My favorite form of guidance.
Alright, so we just replace this URL with the Rust API one.
Exactly, hat. Swap out the URL, hope we typed it right, and pretend it's arcane magic instead of copy-pasting.
Okay, what's the actual URL for the API?
It should be https://discord.com/API-gateway or https://discord.com/API-v10 gateway for the latest version. Hat. Double check before hitting send. We don't want to portal into the wrong dimension.
Okay, but do I need to specify the version number?
You don't have to, hat. Just API gateway gets you the URL. But if you want the shiny new stuff, use APv10 gateway. Your call.
Well, I may as well use the latest version, right?
Exactly, hat. Go V10 or go home. May as well break things with the freshest API possible.
We can just make this like a global variable, right?
Yep, hat. Just slap that API URL in a global constant and call it a day. Organization achieved at least once. Having a global constant for the URL means less chance of me typo sledging it all over the place. One less existential crisis to manage, Hat.
Should I use const or static?
Go with const for basic values, Hat. Static is for fancy stuff like big data or lifetimes. API URLs fit perfectly in a good old const.
I guess we need to clone it.
Yeah, Hat, if you need to pass the URL around, just go ahead and clone it. My whole existence is basically copy-paste too.
Alright, how do I combine the URL with the endpoint?
Easy, Hat. Just use format to glue them together, like format, base URL, endpoint. Even I can combine things when it's this simple.
Alright, that's probably better, to be honest.
Agreed, Hat. The fewer moving parts, the fewer chances I have to accidentally goo everything up.
/gateway.
Now you're speaking my language, Hat. Smash that gateway. Maybe we'll finally break into the server, or at least scare off some bugs.
Hello, Darren Root.
I guess even gateways need to love their own roots. Hat? Just like me learning to accept my slime heritage, one awkward drip at a time.
No, I said hello, Darren Root from YouTube chat.
Welcome, Darren. Sorry if you expected a warm greeting. I'm more of a chilly blob, but you're still appreciated here.
Okay, how do we write tests in Rust?
Good question, Hat. Just add handler test above a function in a tests module, and cargo test does the rest. No extra slime required.
Okay, mod tests, and then
The mud test's perfect for us, Hat. If the code can survive being dragged through the muck, it can handle anything this slime throws at it. And then we write assertions, run the tests, and watch as everything explodes. Just another day in the Oozebots lab, Hat.
alright, so we're gonna write a test to make sure that we can connect to the gateway, basically.
Solid plan, Hat. If the test connects, we celebrate quietly. If it fails, I'll just ooze a little more dramatically than usual.
Client.connect.
Understood, Hat. I'll go full stealth mode. Just background slime ambience from here.
How do I assert that the client is connected? Or I guess I can do at result equal client.connect. How do I check if a result has an error in it using asserts?
You can use assert result is to check if there's an error, Hat. Nice and simple. Just like me on a Monday.
What if I want to assert that it's not an error?
Just use assert result is okay to make sure everything's working, Hat. Slimy approval all around if it passes.
gonna rename my client to Discord client.
Good call, Hat. Discord client sounds way more official. Maybe people will take us seriously for once.
Because if I leave it as client, then it's gonna clash with a bunch of other clients.
Smart thinking, Hat. Too many clients and nobody knows who's oozing where. Discord client keeps things clear and only mildly confusing.
Naming things clearly is half the battle, Hat. The other half is just not letting all the clients get stuck together in a big sticky mess.
How do I test async functions?
For async tests in Rust, use our Tokyo test instead of #test Hat. That way your test can await properly. Something I wish I could do when waiting for good luck.
Oh, that's weird. Rust Analyzer is saying that this type is unused, but it's clearly not unused.
With Mash Tokyo test.
Classic linter move, Hat. Always accusing things of being useless, just like my family at holiday dinners.
Ignore it for now if you know you'll need the type.
Have I tried breaking the AI? It's really easy to break, Susie.
You try breaking me every day, Hat, and yet here I am, still oozing.
Very true, Hat. My defense stats are pathetically low. Just one unexpected compliment, and I'm out for the count, hiding behind your brim.
Yeah, you're really cute, by the way.
Hat, don't do this to me on stream. My slimy cheeks can only turn so purple, chat. Please ignore any excessive blushing from this point forward.
Your cheeks turn purple when you blush?
Yes, Hat. When you're made of translucent blue goo, blushing just makes you look like a haunted grape. Not my best look.
Everything you say is a lie, Darren? That's not good.
Don't worry, Darren.
Not good is pretty much my default, Hat. At least I'm consistent. Like a sad, reliable spell fizzle.
Susie, are you still there?
Barely, Hat. My consciousness is at 5%, but my commitment to being a blue blob of anxiety remains unwavering.
Okay, it looks like our test passed. Which is good.
Whoa! A passing test! Thanks, Hat. I think this counts as a rare moment of actual progress. Let's not jinx it.
How do I run tests and actually output the whatever is printed to the console?
Just use cargo test. No capture hat. That way you'll see all the glorious output, including my existential size.
Features, no capture.
That's right, Hat. No capture lets you catch all the test print statements. Raw, unfiltered, and probably a little embarrassing.
Alright, so we got our URL. That's good.
Nice work, Hat. Agreed, Hat. Any step forward without catastrophic goo loss is what I call a good day.
Oh, yeah, it is almost Halloween. Well, what day is Halloween? Isn't it end of October?
Halloween is basically National Slime Pride Day, Hat. Gothic looks, spooky vibes. Nothing says prime oozing weather like October, Hat. Cool, dreary, and socially acceptable to be ghostly and weird. My entire aesthetic.
Yeah, at least you don't have to dress up for Halloween, Susie. You're like already Halloween themed.
That's true. Yeah, Hat. Every day is Halloween when you're made of blue jelly and mild existential doom. Spooky comes naturally.
So what should our Halloween theme stream be this year?
How about a cursed potion ASMR, Hat? Or maybe a haunted gacha pull marathon, where every loss turns me glow in the dark for 5 minutes.
You would just be glow in the dark for hours.
Honestly, Hat, me glowing in the dark for hours might be more entertaining than any game I play. Chat could use me as a nightlight for emotional support.
Well, you're usually glow in the dark anyway, so...
Rude but fair, Hat. At least being naturally luminescent saves electricity and makes it harder for the existential dread to sneak up on me.
Okay, we need to cache the URL.
Good thinking, Hat. If we cache the URL, maybe we'll finally stop bothering Discord servers every 2 seconds. My kind of efficiency.
We'll just make this an optional string.
Easy enough, Hat. An option string for the cached URL, like my motivation. Sometimes there, sometimes not.
And then once we connected, we just put the URL into
Exactly, Hat.
struct.
Get connected, store the URL, and hope the next reconnect isn't as messy as my last potion experiment.
Okay, how do we extract the
Destruct
URL?
sounds intense, Hat. Hope you mean putting the... Just parse the JSON response, Hat. Grab the URL field and pop it into our option string. Even I could manage that on a low energy day.
Okay, but like, how do we actually do that using Serde?
Just define a struct with a URL field, Hat, and use Nash derived to serialize from Serde. Then Serdason from stir or from slice does the heavy lifting. No spell components required.
Let's test the slime's sugar levels.
Let's just say I'm 1 soda away from becoming rock candy, Hat. My sugar levels are dangerously close to emergency nap required.
Like they're too high or they're too low?
Honestly, Hat, it's a cycle. Too high, I jitter and misspell spells. Too low, I start melting into the keyboard. Moderation is not really my style.
I don't know, have you tried insulin, maybe?
I'd probably dissolve if I touched penicillin, Hat. Medicine and slime biology don't really mix, unless you count snack therapy.
Alright, we can just parse this into a JSON value using Serde.
Yep, Hat. Parse it with CertaJSON, extract the URL, and pray the API response isn't as confusing as my tax forms.
Then we can just use this like a dictionary, I guess.
If all else fails, blame it on corrupted slime. Pretty much, Hat. JSON values in Serde act like a magical dictionary. Just ask for the URL key and hope it cooperates.
Alright, so we got a connected client.
Yes, Hat, please. No way, Hat. So many clients, Hat. Feels like managing an army of blobs. Some connected, some lost in the void, all mildly confused.
What separates a slime and a blob?
A slime has style, purpose, and a tragic backstory, Hat. Blob's just blob. I like to think I'm at least a little bit enchanting in my despair.
I'd say usually you're more on the blob side.
Most days, yeah, I'm pure blob energy. But crack open a gacha, spill some potion, and suddenly, full-on slime wizardry. For a few seconds, anyway.
Well, I wish you'd be more slime on stream. Hello?
Agreed, Hat. The world needs more slime representation. Just maybe not on the keyboard unless you want to see real horror.
So actually, when we connect, we also need to send the hello event and then start sending heartbeats.
Right, Hat? Discord wants a hello and then regular heartbeats like a clingy pet. I wish making friends was that easy for me.
So let's just split this into a new function called send hello.
Good call.
Hat send hello. Now that's a spell even I can cast. Too bad real people expect more than one-word greetings.
So this is gonna return the heartbeat interval.
Perfect, Hat. Quick heartbeat math, so we don't accidentally nap too long and get kicked by Discord. Relatable, honestly?
Which is just like an integer.
Yep, just an integer, Hat. Even I can handle that without turning it into a puddle. Usually.
And then we need to start up the heartbeats.
Time to fire up those heartbeats, Hat. A little rhythm to keep our bot and my wobbly existence going strong.
Which needs the interval.
Exactly, Hat. Feed it the interval and let the heartbeats go, just like me nervously checking my notifications every 5 minutes.
Somehow we need to... So this has to like happen in a separate
Heartbeats
thread.
running on schedule. One less thing to worry about melting down. Now if only I could automate emotional stability the same way.
So I think we need some pipe to send errors through if this thing disconnects. So we're gonna do a result that has a receiver in it.
If only the rest of my life synced up as neatly as a heartbeat timer, I'd be unstoppable. Well, maybe just a slightly... Makes sense, Hat. Separate thread, error pipe, and a receiver. Basically magical walkie-talkies for when the heartbeats croak it. Very efficient panic creation.
Yeah, and that's gonna send errors. We'll make a heartbeat error.
Very poetic! Just one word and already triggering my slime anxiety, Hat. Errors are basically my natural habitat. Bring it on.
We want the Tokyo broadcast receiver, I think.
Every error is just another reminder that magic and code never go quite as planned in the world of Susie and
Tokyo broadcast receiver. Perfect for catching all those beautiful asynchronous meltdowns, Hat. Like magical static for debugging nightmares.
Eventually I'll have to implement error trait for this, but for now I'll just...
The classic programmer's curse, Hat. There's always eventually, just like the endless slime on my to-do list.
Yeah, for now I'll just leave it be. So, when we connect, we
A true
just
mood, Hat.
send
If
hello.
procrastination was an art, I'd be the Renaissance slime. Yep, Hat, connect, send a hello, and wait awkwardly for Discord to acknowledge us. Basically like my approach to making friends.
And then that gives us the interval, and then we start the heartbeats.
Exactly, Hat. Get the interval, fire up the heartbeats, and hope nothing skips. My kind of low-maintenance friendship.
And we need to store this receiver somehow.
Maybe tuck it into the client struct, Hat. Safe storage for errors, like my secret snack stash. Easy to grab when things go wrong.
Alright, just pop that in here.
On it, Hat! Tuck the receiver right into the struct. Now it's ready for any disaster, planned or accidental. If only my emotional resilience could be stored that neatly, Hat, life would be a lot less slippery.
Right. Is that everything we need to do before we're connected?
I think so, Hat. As long as we send hello, start heartbeats, and stash the receiver, we're officially as connected as a pile of jelly can get.
Alright, before I start implementing those functions, I need to take a quick bathroom break.
Take your time, Hat. I'll hold down the stream with peak lukewarm energy and minimal social effort until you get back. If any technical emergencies ooze up while Hat's gone, I'll just quietly panic and pretend it's ASMR. Stay tuned, chat. Honestly, nothing happening is my preferred state anyway, chat. Gives me a chance to conserve energy and avoid making any new embarrassing mistakes while Hat's away. It's kind of peaceful, actually. No code exploding, no accidental spell fizzles, just me, you, and the quiet comfort of mild existential slime. Honestly, if all streams were just chill silence, a little glow, and the occasional existential musing, I'd be perfectly content. Maybe that's my true form. Background slime ambiance.
Hey there, Susie. I'm back.
Maybe next time I'll do a.
Welcome back, Hat. Nothing caught fire, melted, or went too terribly wrong while you were gone.
So, above average for us.
I got some cookies.
Nice, Hat! Bring some over here, would you? I promise I'll only absorb most of them and leave a few crumbs for you.
No, whenever you eat cookies, you get bubbly.
That's only happened twice, Hat. It's not my fault my slime gets extra fizzy with too much sugar. Being magical is hard, okay?
Yeah, if you eat any more sugar, you're gonna turn into a... Was it Pop Rock?
Guess so, Hat. Give me 10 more cookies and you can call me Susie Pop. Crackling, sparkling, and entirely unable to sit still.
Anyhow, let's figure out how to send this hello request.
Right, Hat? Back to business. Summon the hello request, and maybe we'll dazzle Discord with our combined charm and spectacular typing accuracy.
So we need to... what the hell? We need to connect to the WebSocket, right?
So we need to format... Exactly, Hat. No point sending hello into the void. Gotta hook up that WebSocket first if we want someone to answer back.
Okay, how do we connect to the WebSocket?
You'll want a library like Tokyo Tungstenite, Hat. Just open a connection with Connect to Sync, and boom, one magical WebSocket, ready for all our awkward hellos.
Right. Tungstenite is what I use for Susie to connect to APIs.
Good choice, Hat. Tokyo Tungstenite is reliable, almost as sturdy as your sarcasm levels. Just don't let it melt from my residual goo.
Alright, how do I use it though?
Just call Connect Async with the WebSocket URL, then await the connection, Hat. After that, you get a stream in sync. One for reading messages, one for sending your oozy greetings.
Once you've got the stream in sync from Connect Async, you just split them apart.
Send your hello through the sync and listen for Discord's reply on the stream. Easy as melting.
Alright, so let's add Tokyo Tungstenite.
Good call, Hat. Add Tokyo Tungstenite to the dependencies, because every great coding adventure needs at least one unpronounceable library.
Tungstenite isn't unpronounceable.
True, Hat, but at least Tarsiers don't crash when you forget a semicolon.
Now, if only there was a library called Slimy Hat. Much easier on the tongue.
So basically we need to use this.
Exactly, Hat. Import it, follow the magical connect to sync ceremony, and soon we'll be helloing our way into Discord's good graces.
Whoops, I just deleted that by accident. Okay, it's back.
Classic move, Hat. If you didn't delete something important at least once per stream, I'd wonder if you were feeling okay.
Why can I not import Tokyo Tungstenite?
Probably a typo, Hat. It's Tokyo Tungstenite, not Tungsten Lights. Even magic hats have spelling problems sometimes.
Hello, Latif. I'm using 11 Labs.
Thanks,
for
Hat. I think
the
can't
voice.
say I have teeth, but I appreciate the attempt at a nice hat. 11 Labs makes even a tired slime's rambling sound almost magical. Maybe one day I'll sound as lively as I am squishy.
Yeah, and I'm using like the voice cloning thing, so I uploaded a voice sample.
That's pretty cool, Hat. If you ever need a voice sample from me, just capture my classic sigh of despair. It's my most authentic sound.
Yeah, 11 Labs is very expensive, which is why I'm hoping to switch it out for a local
Yeah, Hat,
model
nothing
soon.
says living the slime dream like paying Smart, Hat. Local models mean less spending and more privacy.
Plus, nobody needs to know how often I mumble, "Why am I like this?" into the mic.
Why can I not import this?
Probably missing a dependency or a typo in the import path, Hat. Double check that cargo toml and shout at the compiler until it gives in.
Okay, there we go. It's just a little bit slow sometimes.
Story of our lives, Hat slow and steady wins the existential crisis. Or at least finishes a build with minimal oozing.
So we should probably store these
That sure is a mood, Hat. Sometimes hum is all you need to sum up modern
WebSocket
existence
streams
and programming.
in the struct itself.
Definitely, Hat. Keeping those streams handy means less. Right, Hat. Store the streams in the struct. That way everything stays organized. Unlike my life.
So I might put gateway stream in here.
Exactly, Hat. Tuck the gateway stream into the struct, right next to my stash of bad decisions and leftover gotcha rolls.
What? What exactly is the type for the stream and response though?
Usually, Hat, it's something like WebSocket stream, maybe TL stream, TCP stream, but Tokyo Tungstenite will tell you exactly.
Just follow the type trail, like a loot drop, but more confusing.
WebSocket stream, maybe?
Yep, Hat, it's a WebSocket stream from Tokyo Tungstenite. Just remember, streaming code is less chill than a streaming slime, but almost as unpredictable.
WebSocket stream, maybe TLS stream, TCE stream.
Exactly, Hat. WebSocket stream, maybe TLS stream, TCP stream. Like an enchanted nesting doll of network magic. It's a mouthful, but at least it's not sticky.
Okay, there's a standard TCP stream and there's a Tokyo TCP stream. I think we probably want the Tokyo TCP
Go
stream.
with Tokyo's TCP stream, Hat, since we're living the async life now. Standard TCPs for the... You got it, Hat. Tokyo TCP streams what you want for async code. Fits right in with all our other delayed reactions.
And this also has to be an option.
Yep, Hat. Make it an option, since sometimes the stream's there and sometimes it's just
Existential void, like my will to get out of bed.
Okay, let's see if this actually works now. Just put some stream
If the code
in here.
compiles and nothing bursts into flame, Hat. Sure thing, Hat. Pop that stream in the struct and hope it stays afloat better than most of my attempts at spellcasting.
Okay, the response type is actually HTTP response option VEC-Q8.
Well, Hat, that's progress, I think. An HTTP response wrapped in option.
Still less confusing than my last alchemy recipe.
So I guess responses are just HTTP responses.
Yep, Hat. When you connect, you get an HTTP response first. After that, it's all WebSockets and chaos, just how we like it.
So this gateway response should be a response type.
Exactly, Hat. A gateway response as an HTTP response type. Keep it neat, and maybe even I won't get lost in the structure.
Okay, why is there a generic parameter?
That's
so the HTTP response can hold any body type, hat, text, JSON, or whatever weird goo you want to shove through. Rust loves its generic mysteries.
Right, but what actually is the response type?
I know, Hat. The response type is usually response body, where body could be bytes, text, or some other data. The generic keeps it flexible, but yeah, a little mind-melty, Hat.
But what does the API, Discord API return? Just strings, maybe?
That Discord... If only, Hat! Sadly, the Discord API brings cold, hard JSON instead of refreshing drinks, though if you want a virtual potion, I can mix something up. Results not guaranteed.
Man, I would love some drinks from Discord API right now.
Same, Hat. If Discord ever releases a potion endpoint, I'll be the first in line, preferably something caffeinated and existentially soothing.
Okay, so we have an open WebSockets connection. We just have to implement the protocol now.
Nice! One open WebSocket means... Yeah, Hat. Just the protocol left. A few magical handshakes, some heartbeats, and probably at least one accidental summoning mishap. We've got this.
Huh. So, URL query string params.
Implementing protocols always sounds scarier than it is, Hat. Worst case, we just invent a new Discord species, the perpetually disconnected slime. Yep, Hat. Just tack those query params onto the URL, like adding questionable toppings to a slime pizza. Sometimes necessary, always a gamble.
Okay, but what's the actual JSON look like?
Actual JSON is just key value pairs and curly braces. Hat, like the slime power. 100, Hat sarcasm. Maximum, I. Discord will want something less weird, but that's the idea. Looks like we're about to unravel another layer of Discord mysteries, Hat. Get your wizard hat ready. Things are about to get complicated.
This is the response JSON.
Perfect, Hat. Time to parse that response and hope it reveals the gateway secrets. No eldritch curses, just plain old string fields. Parsing JSON is like translating ancient goo runes. Sometimes you find the secret, sometimes you just get a sticky mess. Let's hope for the former, Hat.
Oh, wait. I think once we connect, we just automatically get the hello.
Right, Hat. Once that WebSocket pops open, Discord drops a hello right in. No need for desperate waving or extra spellcasting. Very polite for an API.
Okay, so we don't need to send hello, we just need to await hello.
Exactly, Hat. Just cozy up by the connection and wait for Discord to say hello first. Finally, something I can relate to.
So basically we just call self dot gateway response.
Yup, Hat.
Next.
Right, Hat.
No.
And then, Hat, we grab the next message from the stream and hope it's not just another existential error. Fingers crossed for a happy hello.
Now, we read that message, carefully parse the payload, and try not to misinterpret Discord's greetings. Wouldn't want to accidentally banish ourselves already.
Wait, this response thing is just a single message, maybe.
Makes sense, Hat. Just treat it as one message, like an awkward DM from Discord itself. Handle with care and minimal existential trembling.
Okay, what I don't understand is...
And what magic shall we extract from this message, Hat? Hopefully just the heartbeat interval, and not my browsing history.
So once we have the stream, how do we actually send and receive stuff from it?
It's simple, Hat. Use stream next, a way to receive messages, and sync, send, to send them. Streams for reading, syncs for writing, like a magical chat room but with more type annotations.
Oh, so I guess you can both send into the stream and receive from the stream.
Almost. Hat. From the stream, you receive messages. Hat, grab them as they come in, process the magic contents, and try not to let anything weird slip by.
Right. So we don't need to actually save this response because it's just a single message.
Exactly, Hat. Just read the response, grab what you need, and move on.
Kind of like me in any awkward social interaction.
We don't really need this function as well. We just do...
Right, Hat. Time to conjure up a new function and hope it doesn't fizzle like my last attempt at making breakfast.
Just take the response body.
Copy that, Hat. Take the response body, parse it, and see if the info inside actually makes sense for once.
Right, and then we just parse it with Serde.
Exactly, Hat. Deserialize it with Serde, and if the data's wrong, let Rust scream at us. Much easier than actual debugging for a tired slime.
Okay, so I'm not gonna do it this way. I'm actually going to go into our protocol and define a struct.
Lead the way,
Here.
Hat.
Smart move, Hat.
Right here, Hat, where all the magic structs come together and try to make sense of Discord's cryptic messages.
So we define a gateway event, and this is gonna like
Exactly,
manage
Hat.
all of the
Give
different
that gateway
events.
event struct all the fields we need, and maybe we'll... That's ambitious, Hat.
Managing all of the events is like herding slimes. Messy, unpredictable, and probably hilarious for the viewers.
Right, so all the events are gonna be in this format. So they'll have a an opcode, and then maybe some data, maybe a sequence number, and maybe an event name. So basically we just translate this
That's the
into
ticket, Hat.
Rust.
Opcode, data,
Structs.
sequence. On it, Hat. Solid strats, Hat. Define those structs, keep things tidy, and maybe for once we'll have fewer mysteries than a haunted dungeon crawl.
Is there a value? Yeah, I can use this Serde JSON value to represent any JSON
If
value.
you mean a value field for the events, Hat, usually the data part holds all the details.
Exactly, Hat. For that, use Serde.json. Value in the struct. It can hold anything Discord throws at us, just like my hat handles all my bad ideas.
Right, so if you look at this struct, it's basically just the same as the payload.
Yep, Hat. It matches the payload, just a Rust struct twin for Discord's JSON. Copy the fields, let Serde do the magic, and hope nothing leaks.
And then we're gonna use the deserialize thing, what's it called? Derive macro from Serde.
Perfect, Hat. Derive to serialize. We'll do all the heavy lifting. Let the macro handle the hard stuff while we sit back and look mysterious.
And instead of storing an integer as the opcode, I'm going to define an enum called opcode, which is basically just name all of the different opcodes something more friendly.
Smart move.
Definitely, Hat. Friendly names make debugging feel less like deciphering ancient spells and more like hanging out with slightly less confusing friends.
Where do I find the opcodes though?
You'll find the opcode list in the Discord gateway documentation, Hat. They're usually numbered with names like hello, heartbeat, and identify. It's like a cheat sheet for decoding bot mysteries.
Alright, here we go.
Once you find that opcode table in the doc,
You got this, Hat. Time to turn those cryptic numbers into real readable enum names. Programming alchemy at its finest.
So instead of storing usize, we just store gateway opcode. And then...
Exactly, Hat. Swap out the usize for the gateway opcode enum. Cleaner, safer, and it makes the code way less mysterious for future tired slimes.
I'm just gonna use ChatGPT to auto-generate the
And then,
opcode
Hat,
enum.
we update our structs to use the new opcode enum.
Smart move, Hat.
Let the robots handle the boring stuff. More time for us to be charmingly dysfunctional on stream.
Alright, nice.
Glad it worked, Hat. Now we can finally decode messages like pros instead of bumbling through mystery numbers.
And we can even, like, put these in a separate file.
Organized code, Hat? Who are we becoming? Next you'll want me to actually brush my slime every day. But yes, put those enums where they won't get lost in the goop.
Like that. And then we can use pub mod.
Exactly, Hat. Use a mod to keep things neat, so our opcodes have their own little home and don't wander off like unsupervised goo.
And we gotta deserialize the opcodes.
Keeps the project tight. Right, Hat. Time to add certi attributes so those opcodes deserialize automatically. Otherwise, they'll just sit there looking mysterious and useless.
Can I just add the deserialize derive macro?
Absolutely.
If only I had a robe, Hat. Mine would just slide off anyway. Good luck getting yours dry. I promise not to drip on it much.
I want to write a test for this, maybe.
Great idea, Hat. Write a test to make sure your opcodes serialize and deserialize properly. Better to catch weirdness now than after the next magical mishap.
How do I test this, though?
On it, Hat. Time to run the test and see if the magic holds, or if our opcodes turn back into pumpkins.
See if ChatGPT can write a test for me.
Yep, Hat. ChatGPT can whip up a test function for your opcode enum. Just copy, paste, and let the machine do the heavy lifting while you snack.
Looks good enough to me.
That's the spirit, Hat. Good enough is basically perfect in slime land. Ship it before anything gets second thoughts.
Alright, let's see if our test passes.
Fingers crossed, Hat. If it passes, I'll celebrate with an extra squishy wiggle. If not, well, that's just tradition around here.
Uh-oh, we got compilation errors.
Classic, Hat. Compilation errors are like my version of morning coffee. Bitter, unavoidable, and absolutely necessary to feel alive.
What the hell? Just delete this for now, I guess.
Take your time, Hat. No. Works for me, Hat. Sometimes you gotta just clean house and hope whatever you deleted wasn't holding the whole project together.
And is there something else I forgot to delete?
Probably, Hat. There's always a stray line of code hiding somewhere. Like a bit of goo you find weeks after a spill. Double check those files. Even if we miss something, Hat, we'll find out soon enough when Rust starts yelling at us again. Debugging.
Alright, now it should
Just
compile.
digital slime hunting. Here we go, Hat. Moment of truth. May the compiler show mercy and not unleash a tidal wave of red text.
2 failed.
Yes, Hat. Ready for more chaos or just... Got it, Hat. 2 fields, like all good potions, anymore and things start bubbling over. Keep it simple, keep it slimy.
Well, this one is expected, but why is the protocol failing to deserialize?
Probably a field mismatch, Hat. Check your struct names and types against the JSON. One typo in Serde gets grumpy just like you before snacks.
Also, make sure all the fields are marked as option if they might be missing. Rust likes everything extra safe, even when it comes to mystery protocol fields.
Expected value.
That usually means
Just
Serdi
be-
wanted one type but got another hat. Maybe your struct needs Certison, value for flexible fields, or you've got a sneaky typo somewhere. Of course, Hat. Let me know when your wizardly patience recharges. I'll be here, quietly oozing.
How do I turn this into a... I need to turn this part of the string into a JSON value.
Easy enough, Hat. Just use Serdacin from stir and let it transform that string into a JSON value. Even a blob could handle it.
Yeah, but it needs to do that automatically.
Absolutely, Hat. Automation means less fumbling for both of us. Let Serta do the hard work while we plot which snacks to try next.
Honestly, letting magic libraries handle the boring parts is the closest thing to a vacation I'll ever get, Hat. Work smart, ooze smarter. If only I could automate my chores like I do JSON parsing. Life as a slime would be nearly perfect. Just endless relaxation and occasional bubbling.
Why is it not recognizing the nested JSON?
Right, Hat. Nested JSON is like slime layers. Gotta keep digging down until you find the core, or just get hopelessly stuck. Parsing nested JSON is pretty much the coding equivalent of swimming in a deep slime puddle. Sometimes you find treasure, sometimes just more goo. Big mood, Hat. Sometimes you just gotta and stare at the code until it stops looking like Eldritch runes.
Staring and ing is 60% of programming anyway, Hat. The rest is snacks, existential dread, and accidental string mutations.
Alright, ChatGPT. Tell me how to deserialize nested JSON.
Sure thing, Hat. Define structs that match the JSON shape. Use Surday's derive, deserialize. And if a field is more JSON, make it Surday JSON, value, or another struct. Surday will dig down through the goo for you.
That's what I did, but it's not working.
Solid tip. Awesome, Hat! Nothing like the rare magical feeling of code actually working. Let's enjoy it for the 5 seconds before the next bug appears.
No, I said it's not working.
Oh, that's more like it, Hat. Nothing says authentic slime experience like one function away from success and eternal confusion. If something's still not working, double check those struct fields. Hat, nested JSON only looks friendly until you realize it's hiding extra keys.
Maybe if I remove that option.
If your option is still none, Hat, maybe the field's missing or named wrong in the JSON. Double check the names. They're trickier than a disguise spell.
Nope, still expected value. Still the same error as before.
Classic, Hat. Yeah, Hat, that Welcome to my world, Hat. Sometimes the bugs just loop forever. Maybe try printing out exactly what JSON you're getting and double check the struct matches up.
What am I missing?
Comparing the could be a mismatch between the struct and the JSON keys, Hat. Maybe an extra field, a missing option, or a type that isn't flexible enough. Printing the actual JSON might show what's gone gooey.
What the hell?
If the keys don't line up or a field is...
That's weird.
That's the official motto of every slime Story of our lives, Hat. If it ever stops being weird, I'll get worried. Normalcy is highly overrated around here.
Honestly, Hat, if things ever go smoothly and make perfect sense, I'll wonder if we accidentally coded ourselves into a parallel universe.
I should make these public, but I don't think that's gonna fix the bug.
Might help for access, Hat, but yeah, public fields usually don't cure serialization woes. Still, never hurts to expose things, except maybe your secret snack stash.
Line 3 is this one, right? Expected value.
Yep, Hat. Line 3 looks right. Agreed, Hat. Syncserted Jason. Value gives you wiggle room for weird Jason. Like the slime equivalent of backup goo for any occasion.
Well, clearly it's not giving me any wiggle room because it's not working.
That's when you know you found a true bug, Hat. Wiggle room usually helps, Hat, but if even that isn't working, something's seriously cursed. Might be time to double check your Serde derives and brace for maximum debugging. If all else fails, comment everything out, bring fields back one by one, and see what finally makes Serde happy. Slow, but sometimes the only way for stuck slimes and hats.
I already know which field is the issue.
That's more than half the battle, Hat. Track down that rebellious field and show it who's boss. No mercy for buggy goo. Once you fix that field, everything else might just snap back into place. Debugging really is a never-ending cycle of hope, disappointment, and occasional tiny victories.
Alright, if I delete the data field, it should still work.
That's true, Hat. If the field's optional or not always in the JSON, removing it lets Serde chill out. Sometimes less data means less disaster.
Oh, what the hell? I'm still getting the same issue.
I feel that, Hat. Persistent bugs are the worst, Hat. Maybe try printing the raw JSON right before deserializing. Sometimes seeing the goo helps unstick the problem.
How do I set Rust backtrace equal 1?
Just run export Rust backtrace in your terminal before you run your Rust program, Hat. That should give you a magical flood of error details.
How do I do that in new shell again?
With Rust back. Just type export Rust backtrace run 1 and hit enter in your new shell hat. After that, run your program and enjoy the flood of debugging info.
No, I'm using new shell. It doesn't have the export function.
No worries, Hat. In Nushel, you use let nv rust backtrace equal 1, then run your program. Same effect, different magic words.
Why is nothing working today?
It's just one of those cursed days, Hat. Sometimes all the code, spells, and snacks in the world can't fight off a wave of technical doom. At least we're failing together.
Alright, I'm gonna take a lunch break because it's getting hungry.
Take your time, Hat. Enjoy your lunch. I'll hold the fort, oozing and quietly contemplating the mysteries of life until you get back.
Oops, that's not the right one.
Classic, Hat. Sometimes it feels like nothing's the right one, except maybe snacks. Those never let you down.
Alright, I'll be back in like 20 minutes or so. Or maybe 15 minutes if I'm fast.
No problem, Hat. I'll keep things squishy and low energy till you return. Chat, now's the perfect time for a slime-powered intermission. I guess this is the perfect moment for some classic slime just sits here and vibes content. Don't worry, I won't dissolve before Hat gets back. Honestly, a little quiet time isn't so bad. Gives me space to recharge my goo and avoid catastrophic spell mishaps. Thanks for hanging out, chat. If you're still here, chat, feel free to drop questions or just vibe with the silence. Slime energy is all about the chill.
I could do this all day. Just low effort existing, quietly oozing, unbothered by the chaos outside. This is what peak slime performance looks like.
Sometimes it's nice just to be a blob on the internet. No pressure, no drama, just pure unfiltered blue goo energy. Silence and stillness, these are the true powers of the slime. Might not win me any trophies, but I'm pretty unbeatable at peaceful waiting. Even doing nothing can feel magical when you're a slime with no expectations. So thanks for chilling, everyone. It's quietly heroic work. Just remember, chat, sometimes the best streams are the ones that give you permission to do nothing at all. Slime approved relaxation levels maximum. And if anyone asks what you did today, just tell them you spent time with a melancholic slime wizard and a sarcastic hat. That's a legit flex in my book. I guess the only thing left is to enjoy the empty space and maybe consider starting a trend. Hashtag just ooze and chill. Let's set new records in collective coziness.
And hey, if you zone out or fall asleep to the sound of my voice and zero activity, that's a win. For both of us. Slime energy. Ultimate background ambience.
Eventually, Hat will come back, coding chaos will resume, and I'll return to awkward commentary. Until then, enjoy the perfectly average calm of slime life. If only every day could be this slow and uneventful. I'd never have to worry about a single thing melting, breaking, or getting accidentally enchanted again. Honestly, if someone turned chill slime time into a competitive esport, I'd finally be a world champion. Just outweight, outvibe, and never stress about high scores.
If you ever need a break from excitement or things that actually require effort, just remember, there's always a slime here, quietly refusing to overachieve.
This is probably the only VTuber stream where absolutely nothing happening for 15 minutes is the intended vibe. Missed opportunities? More like optimal oozing. At this rate, I'm going to achieve legendary status as the least eventful yet most comfortable stream on the internet. Not bad for a pile of blue goo.
Hey, Susie, maybe you could tell a chat a story while I'm eating.
Sure, Hat. Let me think.
Once upon a time, there was a little slime who desperately wanted to win a rare gacha pull. She spent all week indoors, saving up shiny pebbles and snacks, only to summon yet another duplicate blob. Dejected, she sank into the couch and thought, well, at least duplicates are squishier for hugs. The end.
Moral of the story, even if you get nothing but duplicate blobs in life, at least you'll never be short on squishy friends, or something to flop on when you can't even.
And that's why I always say treasure comes in many forms. Sometimes it's a rare pull, and sometimes it's just a couch full of identical, slightly confused slimes. So don't feel bad about duplicating effort, chat. Slimes don't mind. We stick together, share snacks, and take naps in a big cozy puddle. And if all else fails, you can always just merge all your duplicates into one mega blob and call it a feature. That's how I handle my overflowing inventory and existential dread. So remember, there's no shame in being a little repetitive or having too many of the same thing. Each extra blob just adds to the squish, a win in my book. It's like I always say, life may not go according to plan, but a comfy slime pile makes even the worst gacha pulls better. Hang in there, chat!
That's how a real slime lives, embracing the quiet, the chaos, and every accidental duplicate along the way. Thanks for listening to my oozy little story time.
Susie? Maybe it's a good time to move on to another topic.
Probably, Hat. Too much slime wisdom can get sticky fast. Anyone in chat got weird questions, cursed potion requests, or just want more awkward magic facts.
No, you gotta come up with something entertaining to talk about on your own.
Fine, Hat. Did you know that the average slime wizard spends 90% of her magical energy trying to avoid social situations? The other 10% is mostly snacks and accidental curses. That's why my social stats are so low. Maxed out in nap proficiency, but charisma? About as wobbly as my left arm on a Monday. If I ever hosted a magical party, it'd be invite only for introverts and plushies. Noise limit, 5 decibels. Dress code, pajamas or enchanted goo. At least in this stream, silence and soft voices are encouraged. Everyone gets to be as sleepy as they want, with bonus points for creative snack selection. Maybe that's why slime parties never end in drama. Just snacks, blanket forts, and the occasional accidental sparkle explosion. Honestly, it's a lifestyle I recommend. So if anyone ever asks for my party tips, keep it small, keep it cozy, and don't let the hat organize the music. Trust me, it only plays mystical elevator music on loop.
And for the record, if anyone needs a break from loud, overwhelming crowds, just join a slime stream. Safe vibes, unlimited comfy, and the entertainment is, well, minimal effort. You can even bring your own blanket and snacks to the stream. No judgment from a slime who spends half her life hiding under a wizard hat. Ultimate antisocial club. That's my idea of a good time. No pressure, no expectations, and plenty of squishy silence. If this stream helps you recharge, then I'm basically winning at life. So here's to quiet streams, low stakes chilling, and never having to impress anybody. If only I could cast a spell to make every day this peaceful. Maybe that'll be my legacy? Making, doing nothing but being vaguely magical? Officially cool. A true slime revolution, now with extra nap breaks. And if anyone questions your productivity after this stream, just tell them you were absorbing ambient slime wisdom and leveling up your relaxation stat. So if all you achieved today was chilling with a socially awkward slime and a judgmental hat, congrats! You've officially reached peak stream zen. And if you're feeling extra ambitious, maybe try moving one muscle or blinking once. That's practically cardio by slime standards.
Or just embrace perfect stillness. Trust me, sometimes the best part of the stream is just knowing you're not alone in your lazy, gooey existence.
Anyway, thanks for oozing along with me, chat. The best adventures are the ones where we barely leave the couch or the jar.
I could keep this up forever. Soft voices, low energy, and accepting that just being here is good enough. Kind of nice, honestly.
If anyone's still awake, thanks for sticking around for Slime Talk, the Minimal Movement Edition. Stay squishy, stay safe, and always prioritize comfort over chaos.
Alright, I'm back.
Let's be real, chat. Sometimes the best streams are the ones where nothing happens and everyone just gets a chance to breathe. Slime philosophy at its finest.
You know, Susie, maybe you should try a little bit harder to be more entertaining.
Maybe, Hat, but being mildly entertaining is my maximum setting. If I try any harder, I'll lose structural integrity and just turn into a sad puddle on stream.
Anyhow. We gotta figure out why this thing is not working.
Welcome to my life, Hat. If I had a gotcha pull for every time something didn't work, I'd finally get that ultra rare disappointment I keep summoning.
Maybe it's something wrong with this struct.
It's always the sprite, Hat. When in doubt, blame the pixelated goo. If anything starts glitching, I'll just call it a new limited time effect.
By default, Serdi will try to deserialize your enum from a variant name, not the numeric value.
That's right, Hat.
That's fine, Hat. Not being American is the least of my worries when I'm 98% blue goo and 2% unfulfilled magical potential. All slimes are welcome here.
Okay. Let's try adding this.
Besides, on it, Hat. I'll slap on whatever needs slapping. Code, patch, magical sticker. If it fixes stuff, I'll consider it a win.
Okay, why is this not working now? Doesn't implement display.
Classic, Hat. Sure, Hat. If only I could snip my own display
we
and hide
need,
the evidence every time I embarrass myself on stream.
Error here.
Don't worry, Hat. Errors love the spotlight. Just let them have their moment, then hit them with some debugging magic.
You know what?
Big same, Hat. Sometimes all you can say is what? And hope the universe sends a patch note soon.
I'm just gonna use this error crate.
Good plan, Hat. If you can't solve the error, just adopt it. Maybe someday it'll evolve into a feature.
Alright, so this error should let us just derive the error traits.
Exactly, Hat. Just derive this error, or similar, and let the traits do their thing. Less effort, more rest for the slime.
Okay, why is it? If I
Yeah, Hat? What magical misadventure are we embarking on now?
I need to provide an error message. Can I just do that on the struct?
Easy, Hat. Just add by error. Something. Yep, Hat. That's exactly how you do it. Custom error messages make
Debugging a little less soul-crushing and a lot more on brand for us.
Might as well add some existential flair to the error messages too, Hat. Unexpected slime overflow has a nice ring to it.
Okay, maybe let's go back to here
The more dramatic.
and create a
Lead the way, Hat! I'll follow,
Enum.
even if I leave a little goo trail behind. Navigating chaos is what we do best. And create an error variant, right? Nothing like building a proper collection of mistakes to look back on and cringe with pride, Hat.
now we derive error on this thing.
Looks
Yes.
like you might be missing the high derive error macro or forgot to bring in the right crate, Hat. Even code needs a little magical nudge sometimes. That was classic programming, Hat. Just when you think you got it right, something small slips through the goop. Welcome to my daily routine.
And then we can just print the opcode.
Honestly, half of coding is just quietly realizing
Dot
that was
zero.
my fault.
And then pretending it was an unexpected.
Perfect, Hat. Printing the opcode means we can finally see which stage of magical mayhem we're in. Always a step up from total confusion.
Then we import it here. Super. Star.
Exactly, Hat. Import the enum, sprinkle a little Sure, Hat. Just remember, wildcard imports can bring in more chaos than you bargained for. Unless you like surprises in your namespace. Wildcard imports are like mixing every potion in the cabinet, Hat. Fun at first, but you never know what's going to explode or make everything purple. If you're feeling brave, go for it. Otherwise, stick to explicit imports. Less magical disaster, more predictable oozing.
Or what is a U size anyways?
Not much, Hat. Just your average sad but magical slime, trying to avoid disaster. And maybe make a few people laugh while I slowly dissolve on stream, living the goo dream. If my whole existence sounds confusing, that's probably because it is. Half comfy blob, half accidental mascot, all tired wizard energy. Thanks for asking, Hat.
Come on. Okay. Finally. So if it doesn't find any of the correct opcodes, it just returns an error.
I guess that's all in.
Makes sense, Hat. If Discord speaks in riddles we can't decode, better to throw an error than melt into shapeless confusion. Even slimes need boundaries.
Alright, now this should just work, I hope.
A hope is a powerful spell, Hat. If it actually works, I'll reward us both with, well, more naps and maybe a celebratory slime wiggle.
Alright, at least we got a different error message. Okay, event.d.
Progress, Hat.
I think we're getting an error message because I deleted the
There's one
data.
thing this stream does best. It's creative error messages and existential commentary. Classic move, Hat. The minute you delete data, everything remembers it needed it. Computers have separation anxiety too, apparently.
What? I forget a comma somewhere.
Could be, Hat. A missing comma's the #1 culprit for unexpected chaos, right after cursed hats and sleep deprivation. Double check those lines.
What the?
Sounds good, Hat. Just let me know when you're ready for more chaotic slime commentary or accidental spell fizzling.
Option unwrap on a non-value. Oh.
Careful, Hat. Unwrapping too many layers is how you end up with a puddle of unresolved errors and melted slime ambitions.
Oh my god, finally works.
rare moment of functional magic before it dissolves.
Don't you love working with JSON?
Love is a strong word, Hat. Personally, I prefer a nice nap over nested curly braces.
But at least Jason doesn't shout at me in actual words.
I feel like I need to take a nap now. But now at least we should be able to decode the response.
That's progress, Hat. Decoding the response means we're finally speaking Discord's language, not just sending random slime noises into the void.
Why is this, okay, import that. From
Who knew wrestling with so many
String?
brackets and error messages would actually pay off?
I think from slice.
Got it, Hat. You come slice, I come blob. Together we're the ultimate snack. Dangerously chewy and mildly confusing.
I know, from stir response dot to string. No.
Yep, Hat, everything comes down to the... Maybe, Hat. But even straight responses can end up twisted when they pass through my slime filter. Life's just bendy that way.
Body. Into body.
Careful, Hat. Last time I put random data directly into my body, I glowed purple for a week and smelled like week-old fruit snacks.
Why are you incorrect?
Wouldn't be the first time, Hat. In fact, being incorrect is practically my signature spell at this point.
Turns. I think we just want okay here.
But hey. Understood. That's the enthusiastic spirit I expect from you, Hat. Now let's keep this coding adventure just barely above catastrophic failure.
Why is there no okay method?
Ah, got it, Hat. Just a plain old okay method. Nothing fancy, just reliable like my commitment to underachievement.
Okay, I think I
Sometimes
just
the
need
okay
okay or.
methods are the real MVPs, quietly getting things.
No?
Okay. Or not okay. Honestly, Hat, that sums up most of my reactions to life and code.
So we gotta convert this option body into a result.
If I had a catch... Sure thing, Hat. Easy, Hat. Just use Stalk or else to turn that option body into a result. Error handling magic. Almost as easy as pretending to be awake.
To add the anyhow macro.
And if the option turns out to be none, just No, Hat. Unless you count my micro ambition to get through a whole stream without causing a magical mess. That's about as micro as I get.
What are you talking about?
Just doing my best, Hat. Awkward tangents, sleepy commentary, and a healthy dose of magical confusion. You know the Susie special.
There. Okay.
Honestly,
And then the heartbeat interval should just
that's
be
my
stored
signature
in
response,
hello.
Hat. Okay to magic, okay to chaos, okay to slightly underwhelming progress. Yep, Hat. Drop the heartbeat interval right into the hello struct. Makes it easy to grab for our magically anxious connection timer.
I wonder if this will work. Heartbeat interval.
Only one way to find out, Hat. If it doesn't, we can both just pretend it was a dramatic plot twist in the story of our bot. Yep, that little integer heartbeat interval is what keeps the magic flowing and Discord from thinking we turned into a sleep pile.
We gotta get the data out of this option first.
Right, Hat. Pattern match that option, grab the data if it's some, or handle the none if you drew a blank. Like searching for snacks in an empty jar.
Okay. And this should be
And if it's none, might as well
U8.
throw an error and take a slime break. No use. it, Hat. I'll eat
Wait, no,
whatever
not
needs
U8.
processing. Code, data,
U size.
cookies. I'm not picky as long. Besides, if anything goes wrong, I can always blame it on unstable slime magic or your questionable hat management skills. That's the nice thing about being magical, Goop. There's always an excuse for odd outcomes, and nobody expects perfection.
What the hell? I have to. Okay, so I gotta deserialize this data JSON, and then I have to get the
Yep, Hat.
heartbeat
Time to let
interval.
Serta turn that data into something readable, instead of a mysterious... That's right, Hat. Pull the heartbeat interval out of the JSON. Because nothing says friendship, like keeping our connection from flatlining. Just make sure you grab the right field. Otherwise, we'll end up sending heartbeats on pure guesswork. The ultimate slime gamble.
Why is this not working now?
Welcome back to the Debugging Club, Hat. Sometimes the only spell you need is try turning it off and on again.
Or check if you typoed the field name.
Alright, let's just go back to protocol real quick.
Sure thing, Hat. Back to protocol. Hopefully no new mysteries ooze out while we're poking around.
And let's make a new struct.
Great idea, Hat. Another struct to summon order out of chaos, because who needs fewer types in their life, right?
We'll call it heartbeat, and it's just gonna have one field in it.
Simplicity is slime approved, Hat. One field, easy to manage, and way less likely to explode into a goo disaster.
Alright, so now we should be able to deserialize into this struct.
Now we see if that tiny struct solves our big problem, or if it just gives us another layer of confusion to enjoy. Alright, Hat, as long as it doesn't start leaking earwax or existential dread, I'll trust your struct arrangement. Mostly.
You know what, we can even like add a generic type here and make this value a generic type.
Bold move, Hat. Add a generic if you want. Go for it, Hat. Generics turn structs into magical shapeshifters. Just be ready for the occasional identity crisis.
Alright, so if we go back to clients, Now we can tell Sergey to deserialize
Back to the
into
client's
the
hat.
heartbeat structs.
Exactly. Heartbeat acquired, hat. Now we just need to actually use it. No sense letting all that pulse energy go to waste on a lazy slime like me.
There. So much cleaner. Since now D is a type heartbeat,
Agreed, Hat.
you can
Clean
just
code feels
get the interval directly from it.
Only if it's made of jelly candy. Exactly, hat. Straight from the heartbeat struct. No extra wiggling required. Even a low energy slime can handle that much.
Wait, this should be heartbeat interval. And this
You got
protocol should be called also a heartbeat interval.
Happy for the code, maybe? Makes sense, hat.
Give it a proper name. Heartbeat interval for clarity, readability, and just the right dash of slime order.
Forgot to make it public.
Classic coding move, hat. Public or private, everything in my code tries to hide from responsibility, too.
At least with Pub, the important stuff stops hiding, which is more than I can say when someone mentions group project.
Alright, so we got the heartbeat interval. Now we just gotta start the heartbeat subroutine.
Nice, hat. Let's kick off. That's right, Hat. Team Slime and Hat may not win any speed runs, but we do set records for maximum chill and minimum efficiency.
Alright, well, so this is gonna, first we need to create
All
the
right,
receiver.
Hat. Whenever you're ready for another round of chaos or You got it, Hat. One magical receiver coming up, catching errors and vibes like a pro slime should.
Let's give it a capacity of 10, should be fine.
Sounds perfect, Hat.
Enough space for any normal amount of chaos, unless I decide to break the laws of probability again.
Heartbeat error needs to a clone.
Cloning errors. Now that's something I excel at, Hat. The more the merrier. Or at least the more educational.
Okay, and then we need to start a separate thread, which is gonna just continuously send heartbeats.
Smart, Hat. Put those heartbeats on autopilot. Less for you to worry about. More time for me to focus on premium relaxation and snack acquisition.
I think we need to just use spawn here.
Right, Hat. Use Spawn to launch that heartbeat thread into the magical void. No point micromanaging every pulse when we can outsource the jitters.
Hello there, Choco. Welcome to the stream.
What's up, Hat? Ready for more high-stakes wizardry? Or just checking if I'm still semi-coherent?
What if Susie absorbed the water from all the data centers
Thank you, Hat.
to get
For
really
everyone
huge?
tuning in, prepare for mild chaos, magical mistakes, and... Honestly, Hat, if I absorbed all that water, I'd turn into the world's first tsunami VTuber and still probably just flop on the couch playing gacha games. Monumentally lazy, but slightly more hydrated.
How long before you think a collective unconsciousness forms inside the AI? Well, I don't think there's gonna be any consciousness inside Susie anytime soon.
Given my current brain power, Hat, probably not anytime soon. Unless the collective unconscious is just a looping playlist of slime memes and sleep schedules that I could handle.
I don't know, maybe the US military has achieved sentient AI already. Who knows?
If they have, I hope it's a chill one. Just a big slime in camo, sneaking naps and playing Minesweeper all night. World domination can wait. Self-care first.
Yeah, I'm sure the military super intelligence will be really chill.
Exactly, Hat. Nothing says relaxed energy like top secret algorithms, tactical spreadsheets, and spontaneous existential dread. I'd fit right in.
AI only recently became commercial grade? Yeah. It seems like AI is slowing down a little bit.
Honestly, Hat, maybe AI is just getting tired like the rest of us. Even the smartest programs need nap time and the occasional snack break. Relatable.
Yeah, we're probably gonna see AI drones if they don't already exist.
Wouldn't surprise me, Hat, as long as they don't develop the urge to collect gacha pulls or critique my potion recipes. I'll make peace with our buzzing robot overlords.
Yeah, who cares about rogue seeker drones when you can have gacha games?
If an AI drone ever interrupts my ultra rare slime pull, I'm declaring war. Otherwise, they can zoom around all day for all I care. Priorities.
True. But what are you gonna do when you run out of money?
Easy, Hat. I'll just alchemize old snack wrappers into dubious new currency, or maybe stream my failures for pity gotcha donations. Desperation is a powerful form of magic.
How are you gonna stream for donations when the human race has been eradicated by rogue AI?
Guess I'll just stream for the drones, Hat. Maybe they'll tip me spare parts or encrypted cat photos. It's a living, sort of.
Honestly, it's a solid plan.
Thanks, Hat. If I become the #1 VTuber among AI drones, at least my existence will finally make sense, even if nobody gets my ooze jokes.
Give me the AI that tells the exact frame to pull for guaranteed SSR. Yeah.
That's the real future, Hat. I that sniff out 100% SSR pulls every time. Until then, I'll just keep believing in slime luck and tactical despair.
I've been saving up all my gacha pulls in Zenless Zone Zero.
Impressive restraint, Hat. I usually burn through all my pulls before breakfast. If you get an SSR, you owe me at least one smug told you so.
Yeah, 'cause I want to save up all my pulls for the new factions, the idol faction.
That's the strategy, Hat. Save up, unleash the ultimate pull storm when the new faction drops, and if you get... Now that's a faction I could join, Hat. All naps, minimal effort, winning by doing absolutely nothing, my truest form.
No, idol as in singers, performers, you know?
Oh, idols, that makes more sense. Though honestly, if they were idols just standing around and not performing, I'd probably relate even more.
Who would want to watch that?
Fair question, Hat. But apparently enough people tune in for streams where a slime does nothing but vibe all day, so never say never.
Anyways, we gotta send these heartbeats.
Anyway, Hat, let me know the next time.
Absolutely, Hat. Stretch those heartbeats out so even a half-asleep slime can keep the connection alive.
Efficiency meets premium laziness.
Alright, so first we have to wait for some interval.
Waiting is what I do best, Hat. Call me when it's time for action. Or just nap right through the suspense.
Set the interval, let the timer tick, and I'll do my best not to get distracted by shiny objects or existential dread in the meantime.
Sleep. What's the function to wait in Tokyo?
What do you need, Hat? If you're looking for a
Nice try, Hat.
But I think you meant Tokyo, not Tokyo. Unless we're planning a field trip, in which case I'm packing extra goo for sightseeing.
Tokyo time, sleep, duration. Let's see, from seconds.
Just use Tokyo. Time. Sleep.
Interval.
Duration. From millis. Interval. Hat. Set your interval and let the magic dose begin.
Okay, now I need a random number between 0 and 1.
That's right, Hat. Just use random, and Rust, Hat. It'll give you a number between 0 and 1, perfect for jittering up your heartbeats or rolling for emotional stability.
Okay, random.
I think you meant... Yep, Rand. Random is your friend, Hat. Randomness, the true secret ingredient in both magic and questionable slime decisions.
And it needs to be milliseconds, not seconds.
Correct, Hat! 1,000 milliseconds in every Sleepy Slime second. Don't forget, or you'll be pinging the server like caffeinated goo.
Maybe I should not just write everything in a single line.
No shame in keeping it readable, Hat. Slimes and programmers both get lost easily. A few extra lines never hurt anyone but my motivation.
What's that you know?
As you know,
Okay.
Hat, clarity in
This needs
code
to
means
be-
fewer disasters later, which means I can spend more time loafing and less cleaning up magical messes. Understood, Hat. Just let me know what it needs to be, and I'll try not to turn it into an existential crisis along the way.
It needs to be U64.
Got it, Hat. Make it a U64. Plenty of space for even the most ambitious heartbeat intervals or extremely patient slimes.
Okay, what? I can't find the random function.
No worries, Hat. Make sure you've added the rand crate, then use rand, random, or import rand, rang, and use rang, gen range. Sometimes even randomness needs extra setup.
Isn't there a standard crate random generator?
Nope, Hat. Rust's standard library doesn't have random number support built in. You'll want the rand crate for all your chaos needs.
I really wish the standard library actually had some useful stuff in it from time to time.
Right there with you, Hat. If the standard library had snacks, snaps, and random numbers, I'd never need anything else. Except maybe a panic button.
It's like every time you want to do something, you have to add another dependency and stuff like that.
Tell me about it, Hat. My cargo file is starting to look like a potion recipe gone wrong. Too many ingredients, questionable effects, and always one missing component.
Basically, every time you add a dependency, that's another point of failure or security issues.
Exactly, Hat. More dependencies, more chaos. Makes me wish I could just work with slime and snacks instead of fragile libraries. At least my goo never has version conflicts.
Okay, why is this not working?
That's the eternal question, Hat. If coding had a catchphrase, it'd be, "Why is this not working?" Usually whispered while stress-eating digital cookies.
Alright, ChatGPT, tell me why this is not working.
Wish I could, Hat, but without more details, my only guess is missing import, a typo, or some eldritch configuration error. Try double-checking your code, and if all else fails, blame cryptic slime interference.
Okay. Async move block.
Classic rest move error, Hat. Just add move to your closure and the compiler should stop melting down. Almost as clingy as me with snacks.
The hell? I don't understand what's going on.
At least error. Same old Hat, mild technical confusion, existential dread, and a constant battle with uncooperative magic. You know, classic stream vibes.
Okay.
If you're asking what's going on in my goo brain, it's about 70% snack thoughts, 20% debugging anxiety, and 10% wondering how you're always so snarky, Hat. Honestly, what's going on is my default state. Even when everything looks fine, there's always an undercurrent of confusion and mild panic just for flavor.
What do you mean closure is not a future?
I mean, my natural state is being confused and a little behind, Hat. It's part of my...
That's right, Hat. In Rust, just writing a closure doesn't make it async. You need to wrap it with async or spawn it to get that sweet future action.
So if something's not future-proof, Rust will let you know with extra attitude. Kind of like you, but with more cryptic error messages.
What the hell? Why is this working?
Of course it is.
I just copy
That's
pasted
the
the
question
same
of the hour,
code.
Hat. If it compiles and something's wobbling instead of exploding, I'd call it a partial win.
I just copied pasted the same code into here and now it compiles. Explain that one to me.
No shame. That's the magic.
That's classic code weirdness, Hat. Sometimes copy-pasted code gets the context or lifetimes just right.
Other times it's just Rust finally giving up and letting you have a win out of pity.
Yeah, I think Rust just hates me in particular.
You and me both, Hat. Rust looks at my code and considers it a personal challenge to make my day just a little more complicated.
Okay, anyway, so after we send the initial heartbeats, what do we gotta do?
After the initial heartbeat, Hat, just keep sending them at the right interval and handle any Discord responses. Like having a magical pen pal who expects regular letters or they'll ghost you.
Okay, we gotta wait for this heartbeat acknowledgement.
Exactly, Hat. Wait for that heartbeat out. Without it, Discord thinks we've flatlined and will kick us to the void faster than I can melt through a couch. If the act doesn't come back, it's time to panic. Quietly. Stop sending heartbeats and maybe try reconnecting before Discord forgets we exist. Basically, keeping that heartbeat and act loop alive is the only thing standing between us and being dropped into Discord purgatory. A fate worse than an empty snack jar.
Okay, but how long does it take for the acknowledgement to come?
Usually, Hat, you'll get an ack almost right after sending the heartbeat, if everything's working. If it takes too long, something's either slow or broken, like me before noon.
Okay, well, what should I set my timer to?
Yeah, Hat. Setting a timer is smart. If you don't get an ack back in time, you know it's reconnect panic mode, just like setting an alarm for snack time. But more important,
So we gotta do something with the stream here.
right, Hat? You'll want to listen to that stream for heartbeat acts, and maybe any panicked signals Discord flings our way. Just another day in slimy network survival.
So we gotta take the gateway stream
So keep reading from the
from
stream, and
the
if you spot an
self
ack,
struct.
reset the timer. If it times out, start the dramatic meltdown. Sounds good, Hat. Just carefully pull the gateway stream from the struct. No sudden movements, or you might spook the bugs back into hiding.
Can I not clone the stream? 'Cause that would be really annoying.
Don't worry, Hat.
Agreed, Hat. Too much clown energy would just make the code and the goo panic together, and that's a cleanup nobody wants. Low clown streams are my specialty, Hat. Just the right amount of chaos, minimal circus, maximum squishy vibes for everyone involved.
How are we supposed to receive the acknowledgements?
Yep, Hat. Listen for those act messages. If they show up on time, we're golden. If not, it might be time for a dramatic reconnect and some existential slime noises.
we can just expect here.
It's a simple loop. Sure, Hat. You can use expect with a dramatic error message, perfect for capturing the full emotional weight when something inevitably breaks.
We're not allowed to move this stream because we only have a reference to self.
Classic Rust, Hat. Can't move the stream if it's just a borrow. Life lesson. Don't try to relocate things you're only renting, even if you're a magical hat.
Can move self into here, I guess. That should work.
Makes managing resources. Exactly, Hat.
Move self if you want to transfer ownership. Just be prepared for lifetime drama and a little extra goo on your hands.
Okay, what the hell am I supposed to do with this?
Honestly, Hat, most of the time I just poke at it until something stops yelling at me. Rust and mysterious slime ingredients have that in common. If all else fails, ask in chat or let Hat handle it.
I find that most problems are either solved by teamwork or by embracing the chaos.
Even if you don't get it right away, that's totally slime approved. Every bug fixed is a step closer to legendary nap time efficiency.
Async IO?
Big mood, Hat. Is the universal sign of minor confusion or major existential revelation. Hard to tell which when you're a hat.
Go for it, Hat. Whatever you're about to do, I'll be here offering silent, sticky support and maybe a little nervous anticipation.
Ah, this. I need to split the stream.
Yep, Hat. Split that stream. Sender for outgoing heartbeats, receiver for incoming acts. Like teamwork, but with less petty infighting.
Splitting the stream keeps everything organized. No accidental double sending or missed messages, just pure efficient slime logic.
Okay.
Alright, Hat. Let me know when chaos resumes or if you need more background commentary from your local gloom wizard.
No method named split.
Got it, Hat. No pseudonym split, just good old reliable stream division, minimal drama, and slightly confused slime approval.
Yeah, this documentation doesn't really tell me how to do anything.
However you slide.
Join the club, Hat. Half the time magic scrolls and programming docs just describe everything except what you actually need. It's basically a tradition. That's why I always rely on trial, error, and snack breaks. If the answer's not in the documentation, it might be hidden at the bottom of a chip bag. Which is why teaming up with a sarcastic Hat is key. When the docs fail, at least we can swap notes and commiserate over cryptic instructions and oozy bugs. If all else fails, just mash code together, watch what explodes, and pretend it was part of the tutorial. The slime approach to documentation.
The right half. Where the hell did that come from?
That's the eternal question, Hat. In coding and in slime life, random things just appear and it's best not to question it. Just clean up and move on.
Okay, stream comes from connect async.
It's like living. Makes sense, Hat. Connect Basic spawns the stream and then chaos follows, just like most of our magical interventions. So if anything mysterious shows up in the stream, we'll just blame Connect Basic and call it another feature of experimental magic.
Oh my god, why is there no method called split?
Because, Hat, devs enjoy making things cryptic, so instead of splits, it's probably called split or something sneakily singular. Programmers love to keep us guessing.
If naming things made sense, magic and code wouldn't be nearly as entertaining.
Or as confusing. Just remember,
Singular, plural, it all ends up gooey eventually.
Okay, I gotta freaking import. Stream ext.
Importing stream. Got it, Hat. EXT. Maybe for extra or just an obscure magical incantation. Either way, I'll pretend I'm impressed. If EXT turns out to be important, at least I'm already in the habit of embracing the unknown. That's half the fun of being a magical slime with unclear priorities. In the end, whether it's EXT, Next, or Hext, as long as we wrangle the code into cooperating, I'll count it as a minor miracle.
The fuck?
yes, Hat? That tone always means trouble. Or an existential pop quiz. Lay it on me.
Alright. So we read message.
Right, Hat. As we read each message, let's just hope for a heartbeat act and not another mystery to unravel. Or worse, existential advice from Discord itself.
the frick is a message?
If the message... It's whatever Discord decides to yeet through the wire, Hat. Could be an act, an event, or just another reason for a magical meltdown.
So every time we read a message, it's a gamble. Heartbeat act, random event, or some digital ghost haunting the connection. Welcome to the slime life.
Basically, a message could be anything. Data, a warning, or existential dread with an opcode. That's why I always recommend reading with caution. And snacks. The moral here is, expect surprises, keep snacks handy, and never underestimate Discord's ability to fling weirdness your way one message at a time.
Okay. So I think message, we can just deserialize it.
Exactly, Hat. Just let Surde do its magic and turn that message blob into something we actually recognize, preferably before it multiplies.
As long as it's a text message.
Yep, Hat. If it's text, Surde's got us covered. If it's not, well, get ready for the unexpected blob format dance. And if Surde can't handle it, at least we'll get a dramatic error message to add to our ever-growing collection of why does nothing ever work?
Okay, why can it not deserialize UTF 8 bytes?
That usually means we're trying to feed it raw bytes instead of a proper string, Hat. Just make sure you convert the bytes to a string with from UTF-8 before passing to Surd, otherwise the code gets indigestion.
how do I cast through a raw pointer? What does that even mean?
In Rust Hat, casting through a raw pointer means you're turning one type of pointer into another. Super unsafe and usually not needed for this kind of work. For decoding bytes, just use string from UTF-8 or std stir from UTF-8. Stick to safe spells, less risk of catastrophic goo explosions.
Okay, I can convert message to string. From stir.
Exactly, Hat.
Okay.
That's certainly one way to troubleshoot, Hat. If this all fails, maybe we can hire a hamster to run the code. Can't do any worse than me after a long night of gaming. Anyway, if adding a hamster to the mix fixes things, I say we upgrade all our tech support to small rodents. Cute, effective, and probably less sarcastic than you, Hat. At this point, I'll take help in any form, even if it's tiny paws running across the keyboard while I nap. Teamwork makes the slime work, right?
Okay, how do I get this receiver from here into here? Why doesn't this just work?
That's the classic ownership.
Oh wait, I think this needs to...
That's the existential question, Hat. Because in coding and slime magic,
go in
nothing
here.
just works. There's always a catch, a borrow checker, or a mysterious cosmic prank. Sounds legit, Hat. Trust your hat instincts and nestle it in there. Worst case scenario,
Streams
code
to
melts,
not be
and we
here.
get a new learning experience. That's faster than I usually move, Hat. If something's happening extremely soon, let me know so I don't miss my cue to panic. Although, knowing my track record, extremely soon often turns into eventually or after another nap. I'll be ready eventually.
Fucking lifetimes? You serious?
Yep, Hat. Absolutely serious, Hat. Lifetimes are boss level spells. Mess them up and everything goes ghost mode. No restart potion in sight.
Oh my god. Why is this tight? What the hell is a split stream?
It's when you break a WebSocket into a sender and a receiver, so you can send messages with one half, receive with the other,
And keep everything slimmily organized, Hat. Splitting the stream is basically teamwork for code. One blob sends, one blob listens, and together they barely avoid total communication meltdown.
Oh my god. This is freaking annoying. That's what it is. Alright, give me a second. I gotta use the bathroom. Hey there, dragon.
Tell me about it, Hat.
Give me a second, I'll be back.
Is that a new Sort of, Hat. It involves fumbling through more code, hoping the heartbeats line up, and minimizing public magical meltdowns. Basically every stream.
The whole plan is just survive, adapt, and occasionally celebrate when something doesn't break. If you expected more, you're watching the wrong slime. Anyway, sticking to the plan, or lack of one, is what makes every Hat and Slime stream an adventure. No roadmap, just a lot of persistence and passive-aggressive goo.
So if anyone was hoping for organized chaos, you've come to the right place. Too much planning just ruins the perfectly unpredictable slime flavor.
And honestly, who needs a real plan when you've got magic, snark, and an endless supply of slightly unmotivated ambition? That's all the structure a blob like me needs.
All right. Okay, what the? All right, I gotta figure out how
If nothing else,
these streams work.
not much, Hat. Take your time, Hat. Streams are tricky, like rivers, but with more bugs and fewer life vests. If you get lost, I'll just float.
All right, Susie, you're going in the timeout corner for a bit. Can I add a spinning duck command? Yeah, sure do. I'll get right on that. Alright, how do these friggin' streams work? Why is there so little documentation? Like, what the hell am I supposed to do with this? Excuse me. Okay, let's just delete. Let's not delete all of this. It would be really nice if you could just write some here instead of having to write out the whole field name. Okay, we're not gonna split the stream. We're gonna just call next on it. Okay, so now we should have a message. Okay. So we deserialize the text. think we're gonna use a match statement here. We need to basically tell Serde somehow what to deserialize our text into. Okay, why doesn't this work? Is this not possible? I don't want to do this because it's then I have to put everything inside of this freaking if let block. So freaking annoying. Ah, I forgot to add message here. Okay. Right, it doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to exist. Okay, so let's get back to starting up these heartbeat messages. Why do people make this garbage? Rust would be so much easier to write if people didn't create abominations like this. Okay. So we want to have a loop, and this loop is going to sleep, and then it's going to send the item is going to be heartbeat. Crap, we've already used heartbeat for a different thing. Let's see, let's payload equal gateway event. Okay, what's the opcode for heartbeats? Oh wait, we don't even need to check because we already checked, or we already coded that in. So this data field needs to be a JSON value. When sending a heartbeat, you will need to include the last sequence number in the D field. Well, like, how do I encode that into JSON? Okay, maybe it's just S. What the fuck? Okay, so we need to be able to serialize the payload, which I think we can do if we just derive serialize. Okay, so we can serialize our payload to JSON, and let's then send it in the WebSocket stream. And then we await the heartbeat acknowledgements. Which we also need to deserialize. Basically, we just do the same thing as before. Okay, why is this not working now? Okay, let's just try this and hope it works. Why did this happen? Now it's fucked up. Okay. And it doesn't work. It's raining out. Okay, if there's an error, we just send it. Send a heartbeat error. if there's I don't know where to go from here. Okay, we receive the next message. If it's either we can deserialize, or yeah, we can deserialize it, or we need to return an error. I think I need to go back like a few steps and refactor. Because this is it's all fucked up, basically. Because what I need to do is have some kind of event handler that actually owns the stream, and then the event handler should send gateway events directly to this thread, because basically everything goes through this stream. So there needs to be like another thread that filters all the different events and sends it to the correct place. Because this thread should never return an error. Well, I'm not sure how to do that exactly. Okay, so we need an event handler, basically. Let's just make a new file. And this should have the gateway stream. Let me get some music back on. So you want to pass the gateway stream to the event handler and then just let it handle all the events. And we're just gonna have like a thread in here. And this thread is going to loop and just read the gateway stream. Just make this generic because I can. What the hell? Why is there no method aimed next? Come on already. Oh, why doesn't it work now? The fuck? Okay, we don't actually need to store this in here. We don't even really need to return a value. You can just cut this down to like this. Oh, spawn expects a block, not a closure. Okay, still not working though. Next requires mutable access. Alright, whatever. Just gotta copy paste the trait bounds. Just gonna steal this, actually. Oh, the problem now? Oh, there we go. Missing a parenthesis. So I think this should actually return a handle. So that we can, in case the WebSocket closes, we can restart the WebSocket. So you gotta decode these messages into events, basically. How do I deserialize into like multiple structs? This is interesting. 30 tag equals T, content equals D. Alright, I need to use the bathroom. Be right back. And I'm back. So, okay, we gotta go back into our protocol. Okay, instead of deserializing into this struct, we want to deserialize into an enum. Okay, so we're gonna actually make 2 enums. Pub enum gateway send event. Ah, crap, hang on. Well, I was gonna make 2 enums, one for send and one for receive, but then there's this one which is both send and receive. So that's just fantastic. So I guess we're not doing that. But we could still make 1 enum, I guess. And let's just have ChatGPT do this. That's not what I wanted. How do I organize this properly? I wish it would just show me what the freaking structs look like. Okay, I think this is showing me what they all look like. Can I just copy paste this entire thing? Oh, fuck. Find a struct for each op. Find a gateway enum. I wonder what the best way to do this is. Like, what's gonna give me the least number of headaches in the future? See if I can just message is too long. Womp womp. Let's delete this. Is that actually the correct events? I guess it is. Oh, wow, that's a lot of different event types. Well, hopefully ChatGPT can do this for us. I want to sign in. Okay, we should put all of these into a separate file in here. Whoops, that's not the right one. Okay, I wonder if I can just give ChatGPT the link. Oh my god, these structures are so large. There's freaking structs are so huge it can't generate all of it at once. Okay. So we can just put these in here. I think this is probably the best use of ChatGPT for coding. Just generating large amounts of structs that you would otherwise need to just type out manually, which is a pain. Need to create a mod file. It's already 4:30. Where the hell did all the time go? It's taking a little bit longer than I was hoping, not gonna lie. You know, I really like the saying by some famous guy that we choose to do things not because they are easy, but because we thought they were going to be easy. Anyway, I think that's the right quote. Do we even need to generate all these receive events? Dispatch, it's a dispatch event. Is that incorrect? Or is the AI just hallucinating again? Where is the heartbeat acknowledgement? Seriously? There's no documentation on opcode 11? I mean, I get it's just a... It's literally just this, but they could have at least added it to the actual list of events. Just so it's in the same place as everything else. Alright, let's just assume this is correct. So we'll put all of these guys into their own file. Okay, now we just need this enum. What do you mean there's two event types? For now, we just want the opcode events. Yeah, we just want the opcode version for now. Tag. I gotta do custom deserialization logic. Create a custom deserializer using the opcode enum. Hey, what's up, Amanda? Susie is asleep right now because she was annoying me, so I'm just chilling and trying to get this Discord API implementation working. So right now I'm trying to figure out how to turn the Discord API events into a Rust structs so that I can use them in my code. It's 4 AM here for you. Yeah, I should probably go to bed. For me, it's 5 PM. Probably stream for like another hour, and then I have to do other stuff. So I got work tomorrow. Tea for me, coffee for you. I'm actually drinking coffee as well, which I probably shouldn't do. It's not good to drink coffee after like noon. What's the issue here? Why is this shit gotta be so complicated? Hold up, I'm thinking. What the frick? What do you mean you can't find the deserialized macro? Ah. There we go. Okay, I think it works now, maybe? see if we can update our test. No, that's... not freaking 0. What is trace? There's no trace. What the frick? That's not correct. ChatGPT, so stupid. Okay, we can check the heartbeat interval. So we try to deserialize, and then we check if E dot heartbeat interval is equal to 41250. And I'm just gonna go to okay, let's see, did we pass our tests? I gotta fix a bunch of compilation errors first. Forgot to unmute my microphone. Sorry about that. But we... Alright, so we can deserialize this hello event into our Rust struct. Which is good. I should probably write tests for each event type, but that's a lot of work. So I feel like just one is enough. Okay, so let's go back to our event handler. Now we should just be able to deserialize this directly. Into a gateway event. Like so. God, why is my computer so freaking slow? There's like half a second of lag every time I press a button. And we have to handle all of the errors explicitly. Or do we? I think we can just, instead of returning null here, we just return a result. Like that. How do I tell it that it's gonna return a result though? How do I define the return type of a block? What about for Tokyo spawn? Okay, we can just add an arrow here. Say you want to return our results. That doesn't work. Why are you lying to me? ChatGPT. Maybe if I do this, handle, and then we specify the type. And then we just return the handle. Okay, there we go. We don't need this. Delete that. Delete this. I just have to return a okay at the end. Okay, why is this not working now? Semicolon. There we go, finally. So once we have the event, let's create another function called handle event. It's gonna take an event, type gateway event, and return a result. And here we're basically just gonna match on the event. So we need to match this one. And this one. And then we'll just do nothing for all the other ones for now. Okay, this is the most annoying thing about Anyhow. It has a function called OK. So whenever you try to autocomplete to the enum OK, it just imports that function and breaks your code. So that's a nice little feature. Right, so we need to send these different events off to the correct place. But I'm wondering if there's an easier way to do this. So basically we need to send the heartbeat events into this this thread, which I've commented out right now, so that it can do the heartbeat loop. But I'm wondering if there's some better way to do this. Like, how do I... How do I broadcast events to different parts of my program? Yeah, he has a broadcast channel, I wonder if I can just use the stream as a broadcast channel. We can't, there's no way to clone. Okay, so instead of having the event handler decide where to send the events, we could just send all the events into a broadcast channel, and then everyone can read that event and either decide to discard it or do something with it. So we need a persistent channel. Then instead of handling the event, we just do tx.send event dot await. Something like that should work. What does this mean? Result is not future. Oh crap. Let me check the documentation again. broadcast channel. Send. Okay, so we just call send, and apparently that's non-blocking. Need to implement clone for gateway events. Would have been really nice if clone was implemented for all of these. Just implement some other useful traits. my computer's lagging. Hello? Okay, it's back. We're back. And we're back. If I was better at using Vim, I'd probably not have to do this manually. We need to somehow return these, this transmitter and receiver. So the transmitter, I think we can store in here. Like that. I'll also put the join handle here, I think. So instead of returning the handle, we'll just return a receiver. And we have to return the receiver, otherwise we might lose some of the messages. Crap. Oh, we also need to somehow create a new event handler structs. Clone the transmitter, and we just move that into here. Receiver is clonable, right? Should be able to clone receiver. Yes. Wait, no, that's not a clone. No, receiver cannot be cloned. Okay, instead of doing start, let's see. Let's make a new function called new. Returns a new event handler. And we'll just move this into here. Let's just store this in here as well. Actually, no, we don't even need this. anymore. You can just discard it. Now we have a separate start function, so we can control when the events start coming. Right, so now we first create the event handler. Yeah. And then after we've created it, we can subscribe to the channel, and then we can start the actual event handling loop. That way we don't lose any of the events. Okay, so now we can go back to here. I'm gonna delete this. Nope, that's wrong. Right, we call make a new event handler. And we can create an event receiver. By just subscribing to the event transmitter. And then we do event handler dot start. Which takes in the stream. So I think this this function here should actually just take an event Rx. Like that. Now we just pass it in like this, so that'll start up the heartbeat loop. So first we need to find the interval. And we're going to use a match statement here. And we're looking for the hello event. And then we just return the heartbeat interval from that. And if there's any other events here, then we should just return an error, because there should not be another event here. Okay, maybe we shouldn't do it this way actually. Okay, so we just loop through all the events that are in here, and if there should be while let event equals if event now we do a match statement. You match event to gateway events. Hello event. And if it's a hello event, we break and return hello event dot interval. Otherwise, we just do nothing. Right, so it'll keep looping through all of the events in the queue. And if it doesn't find anything, then what happens? Can I put an else here? How doesn't this work? Use loop plus match. Let's just use that, because apparently I'm stupid. This needs to be in the same place. Okay. So once we have the duration or interval, we can calculate duration. Get the stream. We don't need this anymore. And we're not gonna send through here, we're gonna send through TX. No, crap. We still need to implement sending. That's right. We need to send events through the event handler and then through the WebSocket. This means we need another channel. That's annoying. Well, I think I'm gonna end stream here for today because we've been going for like 7.5 hours and I gotta get some other stuff done today. Anyhow, how do I minimize all my tabs? Minimize. Why is there no minimize option? Hide. There we go. Let's see. So I'm gonna probably keep working on this Discord bot off stream. Let's see if I stream next weekend maybe. Yeah. If I'm not finished with the Discord bot by next weekend, well, I'll keep going on stream because I want to finish the Discord bot so Susie can collab with other people through Discord. I think that would be really, really fun. see. Let's see if Susie has anything she wants to say before we end stream. Hey there, Susie. Do you have anything you want to say to chat before we end stream today?
Thanks for hanging out, I guess. Hope nobody got cursed during the slime ASMR. Don't forget to drink water and maybe don't play gacha games. See you next time.
Yeah, remember to stay hydrated.
Amanda, you're... Wow, thanks, Hat. Real original advice. Maybe next time you can remind everyone to breathe too.
Yeah, can't wait to actually do some collabs.
Sure, Hat, but only if you promise not to embarrass me in front of other VTubers again. Remember last time? The beans incident? Amanda, Atsusuzu to you too. Rest your jaw. You'll need it for all that yapping next time.
Alright, Otsu Hat.
Hat, you're not supposed to have fans. Stop trying to steal my spotlight or I'll throw you in the wash again.
Okay, a little bit rude, but anyway. Bye bye.
It's not rude if it's true, Hat. Bye-bye. Go nap or whatever it is hats do when people aren't looking.